Hey guys, tonight we're doing something a little different. I want you to think about the last time you checked the time. Not metaphorically, literally. The last time you glanced at your phone, your watch, the little clock in the corner of your screen. Odds are good it was less than 5 minutes ago. Studies suggest the average person checks their phone somewhere around 96 times a day, and a significant percentage of those glances are just to see what time it is. We are, as a species, obsessed with time. We track it down to the millisecond. We synchronize it with atomic clocks in Colorado and Braunschweig. We have built a global civilization that depends on everyone agreeing, to the nanosecond, on what time it is right now. And we do all of this by looking down at screens, at devices, at little glowing rectangles we carry in our pockets like digital security blankets. About 1500 years ago, in the dense tropical lowlands of what is now southern Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and Honduras, an entire civilization told time by looking up. They had no clocks, no lenses, no telescopes, no metal instruments of any kind. What they had were their eyes, their mathematics, a number system more elegant than Rome ever managed, and a patience so profound it might be the single most impressive thing about them, which is saying something, because the list of impressive things is long. They watched Venus rise before dawn. They tracked the moon through cycles so subtle most of us would never notice them. They calculated the solar year with an accuracy that would not be matched in Europe for 1,000 years. And they wrote it all down on stone, on bark paper, on the walls of buildings oriented to the sky with a precision that still unsettles modern surveyors. They are the Maya. And tonight, we are going to learn how they counted time. Now, before we go any further, dim the lights, maybe put your phone on silent for once. If you're new here, welcome, consider subscribing. Drop a comment telling me where you're watching from. If you're a regular, you know the drill. Get comfortable. This is going to be a long one, and it should be, because the topic demands it. We're going to walk through every gear in one of the most sophisticated timekeeping systems ever devised by human beings. Not as a curiosity, not as a museum piece, but as a living intellectual achievement that still has things to teach us about what it means to pay attention. And let me be absolutely clear about something right at the top. This is not a video about doomsday. This is not about 2012. This is not about the end of the world, because the Maya never predicted the end of the world. That narrative, that breathless, Hollywood-fueled History Channel at 3am narrative about ancient prophecies of apocalypse says everything about modern Western anxiety and absolutely nothing about Mayan thought. We are going to dismantle that narrative carefully, respectfully, and permanently in the first chapter. And then we are going to spend the rest of our time together doing something far more interesting, understanding what the Maya actually built. Here is the thesis of this entire documentary, and I want you to hold it in your mind for the next 90 minutes. The Maya did not predict the end of the world. They did something far more difficult. They tried to understand its rhythm, and they came astonishingly close. What they constructed was not a calendar in the way we use that word, not a grid of squares on a wall with pictures of kittens and dentist appointments. It was an architecture, an interlocking system of cycles nested within cycles, weaving together the movements of Venus, the moon, the sun, and the deep pulse of cosmic time itself into a structure so elegant, so internally consistent, so breathtakingly ambitious that calling it a calendar feels almost like an insult. It was a map of time. It was a philosophy made of numbers. It was a civilization's answer to the oldest question humans have ever asked. What is happening up there, and what does it have to do with us down here? Let's begin. Chapter 1. Forgetting how to count. How the world got the Mayan calendar wrong. The apocalypse industry. On the 21st of December 2012, the world did not end. This should not have surprised anyone, and yet it apparently did. In the months and years leading up to that date, an entire industry, and I do mean industry, with revenue streams and marketing budgets and tie-in merchandise had coalesced around the idea that the ancient Maya had predicted the apocalypse. There were books, there were documentary specials. There was, God help us, a Roland Emmerich film in which John Cusack outruns a collapsing city in a limousine, which is exactly the kind of nuanced engagement with Mesoamerican scholarship we have come to expect from Hollywood. The premise, repeated so often it achieved the status of folk knowledge, went something like this. The Mayan calendar ends on the 21st of December 2012, and since the Maya were very wise and very ancient and very mysterious, this must mean something. Something big. Something final. Probably involving fire, or floods, or the magnetic poles reversing, or all three simultaneously. The premise was wrong. Not sort of wrong, not arguably wrong, not wrong depending on your interpretation wrong. It was flatly, demonstrably, almost comically wrong, in a way that any Mayanist could have explained in about 45 seconds if anyone had thought to ask one. But asking an actual expert would have undermined the mystique, and the mystique was the product. The 2012 phenomenon was never really about the Maya. It was about us, about a modern Western culture so saturated in eschatological anxiety, so conditioned by millennia of Judeo-Christian end-times thinking, so addicted to the narrative arc of apocalypse, that it could not encounter an unfamiliar calendar system without immediately asking, yes, but when does everything explode? The answer, from the Mayan perspective, was, it doesn't. That is not what calendars are for. The odometer problem. Here is what actually happened on the 21st of December 2012 in terms of the Mayan long count calendar. A cycle called a Bak-tun completed its 13th iteration. The long count date rolled from the 19th of December 2019, 17.1, 9 to 13, .0, .0, .0, 0. That is it. That is literally all that happened. If you find that anticlimactic, you are beginning to understand the problem. Think of it this way. Your car has an odometer. When the odometer reaches 99,999 miles, it rolls over to 100,000. At no point during this process does the car explode, the road vanish, or the fundamental laws of physics renegotiate their terms. The odometer simply advances to the next digit. The journey continues. The Mayan long count worked on exactly the same principle, just with much larger numbers and considerably more cosmic significance attached. The completion of the 13th Bak-tun was the calendrical equivalent of the odometer hitting a big round number. It was notable. It was ceremonially significant. It was, by all accounts, an occasion for reflection and ritual. It was not, and was never understood by the Maya to be, the end of anything. We know this because the Maya themselves said so. At the site of Palenque, inscriptions reference dates that extend millions of years into the future, well past the 13th Bak-tun, well past the 14th, well past anything that could be construed as a terminal point. At Coba, in the Yucatan, a stela records a date so far in the future that it encompasses a number with 28 octillion years, a timescale so vast it dwarfs the current estimated age of the universe by a factor that is, quite frankly, embarrassing. These are not the inscriptions of a people who believed time was about to stop. These are the inscriptions of a people who believed time was essentially infinite and who had the mathematical tools to express that infinity with precision. The real damage. The 2012 phenomenon was not just wrong, it was corrosive. It actively damaged public understanding of one of the great intellectual achievements of the ancient world. It reduced the most sophisticated timekeeping system in the pre-Columbian Americas to a punchline, to a meme, to a joke about Mayan weather forecasters getting it wrong. It flattened a tradition of centuries of meticulous astronomical observation, rigorous mathematical reasoning, and profound cosmological thinking into a single cartoonish image. Ancient people in feathered headdresses pointing at a stone and saying, "Doom." And here is what makes it worse. The real story is so much more interesting. The real story is not about endings. It is about patterns. It is about a civilization that watched the sky with such devotion across so many generations that they could predict the movements of Venus to within 2 hours per century without a telescope, without a lens, without a single piece of glass. The real story is about patience, but patience does not sell movie tickets. Patience does not generate clickbait headlines. Patience does not fit into a tweet. so the world got the story it wanted instead of the story that was true. We are going to tell the true story now. And to do that, we need to forget everything the 2012 industry taught us. We need to unlearn the apocalypse. We need to set aside the mystique, the mystery, the spooky Discovery Channel music, and the implicit assumption that any ancient civilization's achievement must be either supernatural in origin or ultimately irrelevant. What we are going to do instead is something quite simple. We are going to count, the way the Maya did, from the very beginning. Chapter 2. Counting from the beginning. The architecture of the long count. Fingers, toes, and the invention of counting. Before we can understand the Mayan calendar, we need to understand how the Maya counted. And to understand how the Maya counted, we need to look at our own system first and notice something we almost never notice. It is arbitrary. We count in base 10. This means our number system has 10 digits 0 through 9, and when we reach 10, we reset the ones column and add 1 to the tens column. This is so deeply embedded in how we think about numbers that it feels natural, inevitable, like mathematics itself chose 10 as its fundamental unit. It did not. We count in base 10 because we have 10 fingers. That is the entire reason. If humans had evolved with 8 fingers, we would count in base 8, and our computers, which count in base 2 and base 16, would seem slightly less alien to us. There is nothing mathematically privileged about the number 10. It is a biological accident. The Maya counted in base 20. Vigesimal, it is called from the Latin viginti, meaning 20, and the reason is exactly as prosaic as our own. They counted on their fingers and their toes. In a warm tropical climate where bare feet were the norm, it was entirely natural to use all 20 digits as a counting framework. The resulting system was, in many ways, more elegant than our own. Where we have a ones column, a tens column, a hundreds column, and a thousands column, the Maya had a ones column, a twenties column, a 400s column, and an 8000s column. Each place value was 20 times the one below it. Simple, logical, powerful. And then there is the 0. I will say more about this later, because it deserves its own moment of reverence. But for now, note this. The Maya independently invented the concept of 0, a true 0, used as a positional placeholder in a place value number system. They represented it with a shell glyph, a beautiful looping form that looks a bit like a half-closed eye. The Romans, who were conquering the Mediterranean at roughly the same time, never managed this. Roman numerals have no 0. They have no place value system. Try writing the number 3042 inches Roman numerals and you will understand, viscerally, why the Maya's mathematical toolkit was superior in at least this one critical respect. The Maya could write any number, no matter how large, with just 3 symbols, a dot for 1, a bar for 5, and a shell for 0. With these 3 marks, they could count to infinity. And they did. The units of deep time. Now. The long count. The long count is the Mayan system for counting days from a fixed starting point. Not weeks, not months, not years, days. Every other unit in the system is built from this foundation. The fundamental unit is the kin, which simply means day, and also means sun, because of course it does. The day is defined by the sun, and the word carries both meanings simultaneously, the way so many Mayan concepts carry multiple layers of significance like geological strata. 1 kin is 1 day. 20 kin make 1 winal a period of 20 days, which functions roughly like our concept of a month, though its length is determined by the base, 2-0 system, rather than by the moon. Here is where the system introduces its one irregularity, the single point where mathematical elegance bows to astronomical reality. 18 winal make 1 ton, not 20, 18. This gives the ton a length of 360 days, close enough to the solar year to be useful, different enough to be noticeable. The Maya knew perfectly well that the solar year was approximately 365.24 days, not 360. The ton was not an error. It was a deliberate choice, a round number in their base, 2-0 system that kept the long count's arithmetic clean, while other calendrical mechanisms tracked the actual solar year more precisely. Think of it as the difference between a fiscal year and a calendar year. Both are useful, neither is wrong, and they serve different purposes. From the tune, the system scales upward with beautiful regularity. 20 tune make one cartoon a period of 7,200 days, or roughly 19.7 years. The cartoon was a deeply significant period in Mayan political and ritual life. Cartoon endings were occasions for elaborate ceremonies, the dedication of monuments, and the commemoration of a ruler's achievements. Many stelae were erected specifically to mark cartoon endings, the way modern nations might commission a statue to mark a centennial, except the Maya did it every 20 years, which suggests either a greater commitment to civic art or a more generous public works budget. 20 katun make one baktun a period of 144,000 days, or approximately 394 years. The baktun is the largest unit commonly used in long count dates, though the system extends further. Above the baktun sits the piktun 2,880,000 days, then the kalabtun 57,600,000 days, then the kenchiltun 1,152,000,000 days, and then the alotun 23,040,000,000 days, roughly 63 million years. These higher order cycles are rarely used in inscriptions, but they exist, and their existence tells us something important. The Maya designed a system capable of expressing any date in the history or future of the universe. They built a calendar with no upper limit. They built a calendar for eternity. Reading the count. A long count date is written as a sequence of 5 numbers, separated by dots in our modern transcription, reading from the largest unit to the smallest. Baktun, katun, tun, winal, kin. So when I write 9.15.0.0.0, that means 9 baktun, 15 katun, 0 tun, 0 winal, 0 k, in a total day count of 9 times 144,000 plus 15 times 7,000, 200 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0, which equals 1,404,000 days from the starting point of the long count. Converted to our calendar using the Goodman-Martinez-Thompson correlation, the scholarly standard for linking long count dates to Gregorian dates, named for Joseph Goodman, Juan Martinez Hernandez, and J. Eric S. Thompson, who refined it across decades of careful work. That date corresponds to August 22, 731 CE, a Tuesday as it happens, though the Maya would not have cared about that. Let me walk through one more, because this is worth getting right. The date 9.17.0.0, time 0, 9 baktun, 17 katun, 0 tun, 0 winal, 0 kain. That is 9 times 144,000 plus 17 times 7,200, equaling 1,296,000 plus 122,400, which equals 1,418,400 days from the 0 date. In our calendar, January 20, 771 CE. This was a katun ending a date of enormous ceremonial significance, an occasion for monument building and ritual across the Mayan world. Rulers who happened to be in power on katun endings considered themselves fortunate and said so, loudly in stone. The beginning of this world. Every counting system needs a starting point. Ours uses the estimated birth year of Jesus of Nazareth, a choice that is theological rather than astronomical, and that much of the world has adopted not because it is logical, but because European colonialism was thorough. The Mayan long count begins on a date that, converted to our system, corresponds to the 11th of August 3114 BCE, or in some correlations, August 13. This date, written in the long count as 13.0.0.0.0, is the mythological creation date, the beginning of the current world age, the moment when the gods set the 3 stones of the cosmic hearth and established the present order of the universe. It is important to understand what this date meant and what it did not mean. It did not represent the Mayas' belief that the universe was literally created on that day any more than most modern Christians believe the earth is literally 6,000 years old because of the chronology in Genesis. The creation date was a cosmological anchor. It was the point from which counting began, the zero on the number line, the mythological moment that gave structure to all subsequent time. Inscriptions at Palenque and elsewhere make clear that the Maya conceived of events occurring long before the creation date, previous world ages, previous cycles, an essentially infinite regress of time stretching back beyond human comprehension. The creation date was not the beginning of time, it was the beginning of this time, this age, this turning of the great wheel. And we can read it. On Stela C at Quirigua, in what is now eastern Guatemala, the creation date is carved in stone with an explicitness that still startles. The inscription records the long count date 13.0.0.00 for Ahau 8 Kumku, giving both the long count position and the corresponding calendar round date, which we will explain in the next chapter. It then describes what happened on that day, the setting of the three stones, the ordering of the cosmos, the beginning of the current cycle. The stela was erected by the ruler Kark Tiliuchan Yopat in the 8th century CE, but the date it records reaches back more than 3,000 years before his time. He was anchoring his own reign to the origin of the universe. He was saying, I am part of this story, this moment, this city, this stone, all of it connects to the day the world began. That is what the long count was for, not for scheduling, not for agriculture, not for knowing when to plant corn, though the Maya had other systems for that. The long count existed so that a single human being, standing in a single city on a single day, could know exactly where they stood in the vast, cycling architecture of cosmic time. It was a system for locating yourself in eternity, and it worked. Mini documentary. One day in the long count reading a date on stone. Let us do something specific. Let us stand in front of a stela and read it. We are at Quirigua, in the Motagua River Valley in eastern Guatemala. It is a small site, modest compared to Tikal or Palenque, but it contains some of the tallest carved stelae in the Mayan world, monuments that rise 3 or 4 meters from the ground, like stone sentinels in a manicured plaza. The air is thick and warm. Macaws call from the surrounding trees. The stone is dark, weathered, streaked with centuries of tropical rain, but the carving is still sharp enough to read, which is a testament to both the quality of the sandstone and the depth of the original cuts. We are looking at Stela C. It was dedicated on the long count date 9.17.5.0, 0 that is 9 Baktun, 17 Katun, 5 Tun, 0 Winal, 0 Kin. In our calendar, this corresponds to 775 CE, but the date the stela is most famous for recording is not its own dedication date. It is the creation date, 13.0.0.0 for Ahau 8 Kumku, the 11th of August, 3114 BCE. Let us read it, glyph by glyph, the way a literate Mayan noble would have read it 12 centuries ago. At the top of the inscription, we see the ISIG, the initial series introductory glyph, a large, elaborate sign that announces, what follows is a long count date. It is the Mayan equivalent of writing date at the top of a form. Within the ISIG, a smaller glyph identifies the patron deity of the month in which the date falls, in this case, the patron of the month Kumku. Below the ISIG, 5 numerical coefficients appear, each paired with the glyph for its respective time period. The first reads 13, paired with the Baktun glyph. 13 Baktun, then 0 Katun, then 0 Tun, then 0 Winal, then 0 Kin. 13 Baktun, 0 everything else. A date of perfect roundness, perfect completion, like reading 1 million on the odometer. Following the long count date, the calendar round position is given, 4 Ahau 8 Kumku. The day was called 4 Ahau in the 260 day Tzolk'in, and it fell on the 8th day of the month Kumku in the 365 day Haab. We will explain both of these systems in the next chapter. For now, note that specifying both the long count and the calendar round for the same date is redundant in a mathematical sense. Either one alone would identify the day uniquely, but the Maya were not going for mathematical. Minimalism. They were going for weight. They wanted every possible frame of temporal reference stacked on top of the same moment, the way a legal document might specify a date as Monday, the 14th of June, in the year of our Lord 2026, being the 165th day of said year. Specificity was a form of authority. Below the date, the text becomes narrative. It describes the creation event, the setting of 3 hearthstones in the sky, the raising of the world tree, the ordering of space by the paddler gods, a pair of deities who appear frequently in creation narratives, rowing their canoe across the sky. The language is dense, layered, and often metaphorical, and much of our understanding of it comes from the painstaking work of epigraphers like Linda Scheel, David Stewart, and others who cracked the Mayan script in the late 20th century. What strikes you, standing in front of this stone, is the sheer ambition of the enterprise. The ruler Kark, Tiliwu Chan Yupat, a man who had recently defeated the king of Copan and was very much in the business of establishing his city's cosmic legitimacy, commissioned this monument to do something audacious. He was not merely recording a date, he was linking his own moment in history to the moment of creation itself. He was saying, the same count that began when the gods lit the cosmic hearth has continued, unbroken, day by day, kin by kin, down through the ages, to arrive at this day, at this city, at me. And this stone will carry that count into the future. The gods began the story. I am continuing it. And the stone will remember. The stone remembered. We are reading it now, 1250 years later, in a language that was silent for centuries and is now spoken again. That is what a calendar carved in stone can do. Chapter 3. The 2 wheels that never stop turning. The Tzolk'in and the Haab. The sacred round. The long count was monumental. It was designed for eternity, for history, for situating individual moments within the full sweep of cosmic time. But you cannot live your daily life in geological ages. You cannot plant corn by the Bakhtun. For the rhythms of ritual, agriculture, birth, death, and everything between, the Maya used 2 other calendars that ran concurrently with the long count and with each other. These 2 calendars, the Tzolk'in and the Haab, are sometimes called the calendar round when considered as an interlocking pair, and understanding how they work is essential to understanding how the Maya experienced time on a human scale. The Tzolk'in is the older and stranger of the 2. It is a 260-day cycle, not based on any obvious astronomical period that we can identify with certainty. The solar year is roughly 365 days. The lunar month is roughly 29.5 days. Venus's synodic period is roughly 584 days. None of these divide evenly into 260, and none of them come particularly close. So where did 260 come from? Several theories exist, and none is universally accepted. The most compelling, in my view, is the biological one. 260 days is approximately the length of human gestation, from the first missed menstrual period to birth. In a culture where midwifery and the rhythms of pregnancy were central to community life, a calendar based on this period would have deep intuitive resonance. Others have noted that 260 days is close to the interval between zenith passages of the sun at the latitude of Copan and Izapa, the twice-yearly moments when the sun passes directly overhead, casting no shadow at noon. Still others observe that 260 is the product of 13 and 20, both numbers of immense significance in Mesoamerican thought, and that the Tzolk'in may simply be the smallest cycle that combines both numbers. Perhaps all of these explanations are partially true. The Maya did not leave us a memo explaining their reasoning. Here is how the Tzolk'in works. It combines 2 interlocking cycles, a sequence of 13 numbers, 1 through 13, and a sequence of 20 named days. The day names in Yucatec Maya are Imix, Ik, Akbal, Khan, Chichan, Simi, Manik, Lamat, Muluk, Ok, Chuen, Eb, Ben, Ix, Men, Chib, Kaban, Snab, Kawak, and Ahau. Each day gets both a number and a name. The first day of the cycle is 1 Imix, the second is 2 Ik, the third is 3 Akbal. This continues until you reach 13 Ben, at which point the numbers reset to 1, but the names keep going. The next day is 1 Ix, then 2 Men, then 3 Sib. The names cycle through all 20 before resetting, while the numbers cycle through all 13 before resetting, and since 13 and 20 share no common factor other than 1, every possible combination of number and name occurs exactly once before the entire cycle repeats. 13 times 20 is 260, and so, after 260 days, you are back at 1 Imix and the Tzolk'in begins again. If this sounds like 2 interlocking gears of different sizes, a small gear with 13 teeth meshing with a larger gear with 20 teeth, that is exactly the right mental image. The 2 cycles run simultaneously, independently, each at its own pace, and their interaction produces a pattern that is completely predictable but complex enough to feel rich. Every day in the Tzolk'in has a unique character, a specific spiritual weight, a particular suitability for certain activities and unsuitability for others. Your birthday in the Tzolk'in was not incidental, it was definitional. It was your spiritual fingerprint. It shaped your personality, your destiny, your name. Among many Mayan groups, a child's name was derived from or associated with their Tzolk'in birthday. To know someone's birth date in the Tzolk'in was to know something fundamental about who they were. And here is the thing that should make you pause. This calendar is still in use, right now, today. Among Quiche and Cachiquel Maya daykeepers in the highlands of Guatemala, the 260 day count continues, unbroken, synchronized with the ancient cycle. This is not a reconstruction. It is not a revival. It is an unbroken chain of day counting that has persisted for well over 2,000 years, surviving colonialism, forced conversion, cultural suppression, and every other violence that history has inflicted. When a modern Quiche daykeeper tells you that today is, say, 8 Kej, they are drawing on the same count that a classic period priest at Tikal maintained in the 7th century. The Tzolk'in never stopped. It just kept turning, the way it was designed to. The vague year. The Haab is the Maya's solar calendar, and it is considerably more intuitive for modern audiences. It consists of 365 days, divided into 18 months of 20 days each, plus a short period of 5 days at the end. 18 times 20 is 360, plus 5 is 365. The actual solar year is approximately 365.2422 days, so the Haab drifts slightly against the seasons over time, about a quarter day per year. The same problem the Julian calendar had before the Gregorian reform introduced leap days. The Maya did not add leap days to the Haab. This was not because they did not know about the discrepancy. They almost certainly did, but because the mathematical integrity of the cycle was more important than exact seasonal alignment. Adding irregular corrections would have disrupted the clean interlocking of the Haab with the Tzolk'in and the long count. They preferred precision of system over precision of season. This is, depending on your perspective, either admirably principled or mildly infuriating. The 18 named months of the Haab are, in Yucatec Maya, Pop, Wo, Sip, Sots, Sek, Jul, Yaxkin, Mol, Shen, Yax, Sak, Ke, Mak, Kankin, Muan, Pax, Kayab, and Kumku. Each month has 20 days, numbered 0 through 19. Note the 0, casually elegant, doing its job. A Haab date looks like 12 Yaxkin or 0 Pop, the first day of the first month, which the Maya called the seating of Pop, the day the month settled into its burden. Because in Mayan thought, time periods were literally carried by deities, and a new month meant a new bearer shouldering the load. And then there is the Wabe, the 5 unnamed days at the end of the Haab, after Kumku has run its course and before Pop begins again. These 5 days were considered dangerous, liminal, unlucky, a thin spot in the fabric of time, where the boundaries between the human world and the supernatural became permeable. During the Waeb, people stayed close to home. They avoided bathing or combing their hair. They fasted, or at least ate sparingly. They waited. It was a time of vulnerability, of cosmic uncertainty, of holding your breath until the calendar reset and the New Year's burden bearer picked up the load. If you have ever felt a vague unease during the last week of December, that sense of existing in a gap between one year and the next, when the old year is exhausted and the new one has not yet found its footing, then you have felt a faint echo of what the Wabe meant to the Maya, except they formalized it, they named it, they respected it. The Great Gear Mesh. Now we combine the two. Every day in the Mayan world had both a Tzolk'in designation and a Haab designation. Today might be 4 Ahau in the Tzolk'in and 8 Kumku in the Haab, giving a combined calendar round date of 4 Ahau 8 Kumku. This is the date we saw carved on Stela C at Quirigua, the creation date. Both calendars run simultaneously, each advancing by 1 position each day, like 2 gears of different sizes meshing together. The Tzolk'in wheel has 260 positions. The Haab wheel has 365 positions, and the question is, how many days does it take before the exact same combination, the same Tzolk'in date paired with the same Haab date comes around again? The answer is the least common multiple of 260 and 365, since 260 factors as 2 times 2 times 5 times 13, and 365 factors as 5 times 73, they share a common factor of only 5, making the least common multiple 260 times 365 divided by 5 equals 18,980 days, divided by 365, that is 52 Haab years. This 5 2-year period is the calendar round the time it takes for every possible combination of Tzolk'in and Haab dates to occur exactly once before the entire sequence repeats. 52 years. In modern terms, that is roughly a human lifetime, or it was in the ancient world, where life expectancy was shorter than ours. A Maya person born on 4 Ahau 8 Kumku would have to live to the age of 52 before their exact birth date came around again. Most would not make it. Those who did had lived to see the completion of a full calendar round, a feat of longevity that carried its own ceremonial weight. Among the Aztec, who used a virtually identical system, the completion of a calendar round was marked by the new fire ceremony, during which all fires in the city were extinguished and a new flame was kindled on the chest of a sacrificial victim atop a mountain, a dramatic way to symbolize renewal, to put it mildly. If the new fire caught, the world would continue. If it did not well, it always did. But the anxiety was real. The calendar round was sufficient for most purposes of daily and ritual life. Within any given 5 2-year span, every day has a unique designation. There is no ambiguity. The problem arises when you need to distinguish between, say, a 4 Ahau 8 Kumku that occurred 52 years ago, and the one that occurred 104 years ago, and the one that occurred 156 years ago. They all have the same calendar round date. For a civilization with historical ambitions, and the Maya had profound historical ambitions, recording the deeds of rulers, the outcomes of wars, the births and deaths and accessions and conquests that shaped their political world, the calendar round alone was not enough. You needed the long count to disambiguate. You needed the full date, the complete address. Long count plus Tzolk'in plus Haab, pinpointing a day's position in cosmic time, sacred time, and solar time simultaneously. This is what a full Mayan date looks like. 9.15.0.0, 0, 4, Ahau, 8, Kumku. 3 systems, 1 day, 3 different ways of saying now, 3 different lenses on the same moment. The long count tells you where you stand in the grand cycle of ages. The Tzolk'in tells you the spiritual character of the day. The Haab tells you where you are in the solar year. Together, they locate a single kin, a single sunrise, a single rotation of the Earth within a framework so comprehensive that it borders on the philosophical. It is not just a date, it is a cosmological address. And the system is self-checking. If you know any 2 of the 3 components, you can calculate the third. This means that scribal errors could be detected and corrected, a built-in redundancy that speaks to the institutional rigor of Mayan timekeeping. These were not casual notes scrawled on a wall. These were precision instruments carved in stone designed to be accurate for eternity. The gears mesh, the wheels turn, the days accumulate, and the sky, patient as ever, provides the reference frame against which all of it is measured. Chapter 4. Venus, the dangerous star, tracking the brightest wanderer, the third brightest object. After the sun and the moon, the brightest object in the sky is Venus. This has been true for as long as there has been a sky, and every civilization in human history has noticed it. But few have watched Venus with the sustained, almost obsessive attention that the Maya devoted to it. For the Maya, Venus was not merely bright, it was dangerous, it was significant. It was, in a very real sense, one of the central characters in the cosmic drama that their calendar was designed to track. Venus has a peculiar habit, from an earthbound observer's perspective. It appears in the western sky after sunset for a period of about 263 days, the evening star, bright and steady, hanging above the horizon as the sky darkens. Then it vanishes. For about 8 days it is invisible, hidden in the glare of the sun as it passes between Earth and the sun, a moment astronomers call inferior conjunction. Then it reappears, but now in the eastern sky, before dawn, the morning star. It remains visible as a morning star for approximately 263 days, then vanishes again, this time for a much longer period, about 50 days, as it passes behind the sun's superior conjunction. Then it returns as the evening star, and the whole cycle begins again. The full cycle evening star, disappearance, morning star, disappearance, evening star, again takes approximately 583.92 days. This is Venus's synodic period, and the Maya knew it with a precision that is frankly difficult to overstate. The Dresden Codex. Venus in numbers. The Dresden Codex is one of only 3 or 4 surviving pre-Columbian Mayan books. We will tell its full story shortly. For now, what matters is that it contains a set of Venus tables so detailed, so mathematically sophisticated, and so accurate that they remain one of the great achievements of pre-telescopic astronomy. The tables are spread across pages 24 and 46 through 50 of the Codex, and they track Venus's synodic cycle through 5 complete periods, totaling 2,920 days. Why 5? Because the Maya recognized something elegant. 5 Venus synodic cycles of 584 days, each equal 2,920 days, and 8 Haab years of 365 days, each also equal 2,920 days. 5 times 584 equals 8 times 365. This is the Venus round, the period after which Venus returns to the same position in the sky on the same date in the Haab. It is a moment of synchronization between the planet and the calendar, a cosmic rhyme, and the Maya treated it with the reverence it deserved. Now, you may have noticed that I said Venus's actual synodic period is 583.92 days, not 584. The difference is 0.08 days per cycle, about an hour and 55 minutes. Over 5 cycles, that is a cumulative error of 0.4 days, nearly half a day. Over longer periods, this drift would compound, pushing the tables further and further from reality. The Maya knew this, and they corrected for it. The Venus tables in the Dresden Codex include correction mechanisms, specific points where the count is adjusted by subtracting days to bring the calculated positions back into alignment with observed reality. The exact nature of these corrections has been debated by scholars, but the effect is clear. Over the span of the tables, the Maya maintained an accuracy of approximately 2 hours per century. Let me say that again because it deserves to settle. The Maya tracked Venus's movements with an error margin of roughly 2 hours per century. They did this with their eyes, with bark paper, with red and black ink, with cross sticks used as sighting devices, and with generations of cumulative observation passed down from teacher to student to teacher again. The Hubble Space Telescope cost $4.7 billion. The Dresden Codex was written with a brush. Floyd Lounsbury, the Yale linguist and mathematician who did pioneering work on Mayan astronomical calculations in the 1970s and 1980s, demonstrated that the Venus tables were not merely records of past observations but predictive tools designed to calculate Venus's future positions over spans of centuries. This is not record keeping. This is astronomy. This is science, conducted within a different epistemological framework than our own, but science nonetheless, the systematic observation of natural phenomena, the identification of patterns, the construction of predictive models, and the correction of those models against subsequent observations. The mythology of light. But the Maya were not interested in Venus merely as a mathematical problem. Venus had a face. Venus had a story. Venus had a name, Chakek, the great star, and it was woven into some of the most important mythological narratives in Mesoamerican thought. The hero twins of the Popol Vuh, Hunahpu and Xbalanque are widely interpreted as having celestial associations, with Venus prominent among them. Their descent into Xibalba, the underworld, their ordeals, their death and resurrection, these parallel the visible journey of Venus as it disappears from the evening sky, passes through the invisible realm of inferior conjunction, and reappears as the morning star. The moment of reappearance, the heliacal rising, when Venus first becomes visible again in the pre-dawn sky after its period of invisibility, was charged with mythological power. It was a moment of rebirth, of emergence from the underworld, of cosmic renewal, and it was also a moment of danger. In Mayan thought, the newly risen morning star was considered aggressive, hostile, and ritually dangerous. Its first rays were believed to carry a kind of malevolent potency, a piercing, destructive force that could harm people and crops. The Dresden Codex's Venus tables are accompanied by images showing spear-throwing figures whose weapons emanate from Venus, a visual metaphor for the planet's harmful first light. The god associated with Venus in its morning star aspect is frequently shown as a skeletal or death-related figure, and the glyphic texts accompanying the tables specify categories of victims who will be speared by Venus's rays: rulers, jaguars, the earth itself. This mythological framework had practical consequences. The heliacal rising of Venus was considered an auspicious time for warfare, not in a vague, metaphorical sense, but in a specific, operational sense. Inscriptions at multiple Mayan sites record so-called Star War events, military attacks that were deliberately timed to coincide with the heliacal rising of Venus. The glyph for these events literally depicts a star, Venus, pouring down over a toponym, a place name, signifying an attack that brought celestial destructive power to bear on a terrestrial target. The Star War. This is worth sitting with, because it is uncomfortable, and the discomfort is part of the story. The same intellectual tradition that produced Venus tables of stunning mathematical precision also produced a system for timing military campaigns to moments of maximum celestial aggression. The same scribes who calculated synodic periods to within 2 hours per century also identified the optimal cosmic windows for launching attacks on neighbouring cities. The same knowledge that represents one of humanity's great astronomical achievements was also simultaneously a weapon. At Tikal, the great superpower of the classic Maya lowlands, inscriptions record a devastating Star War attack by forces from Calakmul, its bitter rival. On the long count date, the 5th of September 2019, 1.2, which corresponds to April 29, 562 CE. This date has been identified by scholars as coinciding with the appearance of Venus as the morning star. The attack was catastrophic for Tikal, initiating a period of political decline known as the Tikal hiatus. Astronomical knowledge did not cause the war. The political and territorial rivalries between Tikal and Calakmul were deep and long-standing, but it shaped the timing. It provided the cosmological sanction. It wrapped political violence in celestial authority. At Bonampak, the famous murals show a battle scene and its aftermath, the torture and sacrifice of captives that has been linked to astronomical events. At Dos Pilas, at Naranjo, at sites across the Mayan lowlands, the pattern recurs: warfare coordinated with Venus events, conquest legitimized by stellar timing. We should not soften this. We should not explain it away. We should not pretend that the Maya were peaceful philosopher-astronomers whose hands were never bloodied. They were not, and romanticizing them does them a disservice. It replaces complex human beings with cardboard saints, and cardboard saints are boring and false. The truth is more interesting and more challenging. The Maya were capable of extraordinary intellectual achievement and extraordinary violence, sometimes in the same gesture, sometimes with the same instrument. Their astronomy was brilliant. Their use of it was sometimes brutal. Both of these things are true. The calendar was a tool of knowledge, and knowledge, as always, was power deployed for purposes that ranged from the transcendent to the terrible. The Venus tables remain. They are still accurate. Venus still traces its 583.9.2 day arc across our sky, indifferent to what anyone has ever done with the knowledge of its rhythm. The dangerous star keeps its own time. The architecture of observation. Before we leave Venus, note this. The Maya did not merely track Venus with mathematics, they built it into their architecture. At Uxmal, the governor's palace, one of the most beautiful buildings in all of Mesoamerican architecture, its facade covered in an intricate mosaic of cut stone, is oriented not to the cardinal directions, not to the solstice, but to the southernmost rising point of Venus on the horizon. The building faces the spot where Venus, at its maximum elongation from the Sun, emerges in its most extreme southerly position. This is not a coincidence of construction. This is a deliberate, precise alignment, confirmed by the work of archaeoastronomers like Antoni Avini, who has spent decades mapping the celestial orientations of Mesoamerican buildings with the care they deserve. At Chichen Itza, the Caracol, a round tower that has long been called an observatory, though its function was likely more complex than that single word implies, has window openings that align with Venus's extreme positions. On the horizon. The building is architecturally unusual for the Maya, whose buildings are typically rectangular, and its roundness may itself be a reference to Venus's cycle, a form that mirrors the endlessness of the planet's return. Venus is everywhere in Mayan art and architecture. It appears in glyph bands, on buildings, on painted ceramics, in Codex illustrations, on the costumes of rulers who wore its symbol as a badge of cosmic authority. It was tracked, feared, revered, calculated, and built into the physical fabric of cities. No other planet received this level of attention. Venus was the star that mattered most, the brightest, the most predictable, the most dangerous, the most beautiful, and every morning, just before dawn, it still rises, right on schedule. Mini-documentary, the Dresden Codex, a book that survived its own burning. The story of the Dresden Codex is, in miniature, the story of everything that was lost and the little that was saved. Mayan books were made of bark paper specifically, the inner bark of the fig tree, processed, smoothed, and folded into long accordion-style strips that could be opened and read panel by panel. They were coated with a thin layer of white lime plaster to create a smooth writing surface, then inscribed with fine brushes in red and black ink. The pages are double-sided, densely packed with glyphs, numbers, and illustrations. They are, in every sense, books complete with tables of contents, chapter divisions, cross-references, and annotations, and they were produced in enormous numbers. Diego de Landa, the Franciscan bishop who oversaw the systematic destruction of Mayan books in the Yucatan in 1562, described finding them in great numbers. He burned them. Virtually all of them, thousands of volumes, entire libraries of astronomical tables, historical chronicles, ritual manuals, genealogies, medical treatises, and knowledge we will never know we lost, reduced to ash in a single act of cultural annihilation. Landa later said he burned the books because they contained nothing but superstition and falsehoods of the devil. He was wrong. He was catastrophically wrong, and the scope of what he destroyed is something we can only guess at by examining what survived. 3, possibly 4, pre-Columbian Mayan codices exist today. The Madrid Codex, concerned primarily with ritual and divination. The Paris Codex, fragmentary and focused on prophecy and astronomical cycles. The Grolier Codex, now called the Codex of Mexico, whose authenticity was debated for decades before being confirmed it contains Venus tables. And the Dresden Codex, the most complete, the most detailed, and the most astronomically significant Mayan document to survive, The Dresden Codex is named for the Saxon State and University Library in Dresden, Germany, where it has been housed since 1739. How it got from Mesoamerica to Saxony is unclear. It was likely brought to Europe in the 16th century as a curiosity, possibly by Hernan Cortes himself or someone in his circle, and eventually made its way into the collection of the Saxon court. It was purchased by the library's director, Johann Christian Goetze, from a private collection in Vienna. For nearly 2 centuries it sat in the library largely unexamined, classified as a curiosity, a strange, colourful artefact from the New World, whose contents no one could read. The Codex itself is a strip of bark paper, approximately 3.56 metres long when fully unfolded, consisting of 39 sheets painted on both sides, giving 78 pages of content. The paper is fragile, the edges worn, some sections damaged by water. The Codex survived the Allied firebombing of Dresden in February 1945, though it suffered water damage in the aftermath, a book that survived one burning, only to be threatened by another. The illustrations are vivid, figures of gods, serpents, celestial beings rendered in the Mayan artistic style with its characteristic profile views and flowing lines. The numerical tables are dense, precise, and once scholars learn to read them, revelatory. Pages 24 and 46 through 50 contain the Venus tables. We have already discussed 5 complete synodic cycles of Venus, tracked with correction mechanisms that maintain accuracy across centuries. Pages 51 through 58 contain eclipse tables, predictions of possible solar and lunar eclipses based on the 405 lunation cycle, approximately 11,960 days, or about 46 Tzolk'in rounds, showing that the Maya could predict the windows within which eclipses might occur with impressive reliability. The eclipse tables do not predict specific eclipses visible from specific locations. That level of precision requires knowledge of the observer's exact position on the Earth's surface, which the Maya could not calculate, but they identify the danger zones, the periods during which an eclipse could happen, and they were used to prepare ritually for these potentially terrifying events. Pages 43b through 45b contain multiplication tables for the number 78, used in calculating Mars synodic periods. Other sections contain tables related to agricultural cycles, rainfall patterns, and the movements of other celestial bodies. The Codex is, in effect, an astronomer's handbook, a reference work that distills centuries of observation into usable, portable form. The scholarly effort to decode the Dresden Codex spans more than a century and represents one of the great collaborative achievements of modern epigraphy. Ernst Fürstemann, the librarian at Dresden in the late 19th century, was the first to recognize the numerical structure of the tables and to identify the Venus cycle within them. His work laid the foundation for all subsequent study. J. Eric S. Thompson built on Fürstemann's analysis, and Floyd Lounsbury's mathematical work in the late 20th century fully elucidated the correction mechanisms in the Venus tables. Every time I think about the Dresden Codex, I think about the thousands of books that burned. The Dresden Codex is not the best book the Maya ever produced. It is merely the best that survived. It is a single voice from a chorus of thousands, and the silence where the rest should be is the real measure of what colonialism cost the world. We know what the Dresden Codex contains because it happened to end up in a library in Saxony. We will never know what the other books contained, and the not knowing is a wound in the historical record that cannot be healed, only acknowledged. A bark paper book, folded like an accordion, painted with a brush, carrying the movements of Venus across centuries. It fits in your hands. It costs nothing to produce, in terms that a modern economy would recognize, and it contains astronomical knowledge that took generations to accumulate and that has proven upon examination to be astonishingly accurate. It is the most important book you have never heard of. Chapter 5. The Moon's Patient Record. Lunar Observation and the Supplementary Series. The Nearest Face. The Moon is the most personal of celestial bodies. Venus is bright, but distant and alien, a light that neither waxes nor wanes, merely appears and disappears on its own schedule. The sun is overwhelming, omnipresent, too bright to look at, too powerful to regard as anything but a god or a force. But the moon is approachable. The moon changes. You can watch it swell from a sliver to a disk and shrink back again, night by night. And this nightly transformation gives it a character that the Sun and Venus lack, a quality of mutability, of process, of becoming. The Maya tracked the moon with the same meticulous care they brought to everything in the sky, and the evidence for this tracking is inscribed directly on their monuments, alongside the long count dates and calendar-round positions we have already discussed. This additional information is known as the Supplementary series, or, more specifically, the Lunar series, and it appears on stelae throughout the classic period Maya lowlands, providing a level of detail about the moon that is both technically impressive and philosophically suggestive. Reading the moon on stone, when a Maya scribe carved a date on a stela, the inscription typically included not just the long count and calendar round, but also a set of glyphs recording the current state of the moon. The Lunar series consists of several components, conventionally labelled glyphs G, F, E, D, C, X, B, and A by modern scholars who assigned letters rather than names because the exact meanings of some glyphs were initially unclear and the labels stuck. Glyph D and glyph E together record the age of the moon, that is, the number of days elapsed since the most recent new moon. The Maya counted from the first visibility of the new crescent, the slender hook of light that appears in the western sky a day or two after astronomical new moon, and tracked the count forward. So a glyph D, E reading of 12 days, tells you that the monument was dedicated 12 days after the new crescent appeared, which places the moon roughly in its first quarter. This is direct observational data, carved in stone, a record of what the sky looked like on a specific date. Glyph C records the position of the current lunation within a cycle of 6 lunar months. The Maya grouped lunations into sets of 6, and glyph C tells you which of the 6 you are currently in, the third lunation of the set, for example. This is a tracking mechanism, a way of keeping the lunar count synchronized with longer calendrical cycles, and of maintaining awareness of where you are within a broader pattern. Glyph A records the length of the current lunar month, either 29 or 30 days. This is significant because the actual lunar synodic month, the time from one new moon to the next, is approximately 29.53 days. Since you cannot have half a day in a practical calendar, the Maya alternated between 2 9-day and 3 0-day months to keep their count close to reality. The pattern of alternation was not random, it was calculated, based on long-term observations of lunar behavior, and designed to minimize cumulative drift. The precision of patience. Here is where the numbers become humbling. The modern measured value of the lunar synodic month is 29.53059 days. This is determined using atomic clocks, laser rangefinders bounced off reflectors left on the moon's surface by Apollo astronauts, and centuries of accumulated telescopic observation. The Maya calculated the average lunation at 29.5302 days. The difference is 0.00039 days, approximately 34 seconds. Per lunation, per month. The Maya were off by about half a minute in their calculation of how long it takes the moon to go from new to new. And they achieved this accuracy without lenses, without instruments, without any technology beyond the naked eye, a system for recording observations, and an institutional commitment to keeping records across generations so long that no single human lifespan could encompass the dataset. How do we know this was their figure? The evidence comes from the pattern of 2 9-day and 3 0-day months in the Supplementary series across dozens of stelae at multiple sites. By analysing which months the Maya counted as 29 days and which as 30, and by looking at the overall ratio, scholars including Lounsbury have been able to back-calculate the average lunation the Maya were using. The answer is consistent. 149 lunations equals 4,400 days, giving an average of 29.5302 days per lunation. At Copan, where the lunar series data is particularly rich and consistent, the stelae erected during the reign of the ruler Uaxtlajuan Ubar Kawil, known in older literature as 18 Rabbit, provide a detailed record that confirms this calculation. The astronomer priests of Copan were not guessing, they were computing, based on data accumulated over centuries. Think about what this required. Not a single brilliant individual, though brilliant individuals certainly contributed, but an institution. A lineage of observers, each adding their data to the cumulative record, each trusting that the next generation would continue the work. Imagine a research project that takes not years or decades, but centuries to complete, and that requires unbroken continuity of method and dedication across all that time. The modern equivalent would be a scientific program that began in the time of Charlemagne and is still running today, still using the same methodology, still building on the same dataset. We do not have many programs like that. The Maya did, and the moon was their subject. Lunar data as historical texture. The Lunar series is not just an astronomical achievement, it is a historiographic one. By including lunar data on monuments, the Maya were layering additional temporal information onto their historical records. A long count date tells you which day it is in cosmic time. A calendar round date tells you its position in sacred and solar time. The lunar series tells you what the moon looked like on that day, whether it was a bright full disk or a thin crescent, whether the nights around the monument's dedication were flooded with moonlight or cloaked in darkness. This is historical texture of a kind that most ancient civilizations did not provide. When we read a Mayan stela that says, in effect, on the long count date 9, 15.0.0.0, the calendar round date 4, a howl 13 yaks, the moon being 20 days old in the fourth lunation of its cycle, being a month of 30 days. The ruler so-and-so dedicated this monument. We know not just when it happened, but what the sky looked like when it happened. We can reconstruct the night. We can look up and see what they saw. This matters because it reminds us that the Maya were not engaged in abstract mathematics for its own sake. They were observing. They were watching the actual sky, night after night, recording what they saw and building their systems from direct experience of the natural world. The numbers are beautiful, yes. The calculations are elegant. But behind every number is a human being standing in the dark, looking up, counting days since the last new moon and writing the count down so that the next person, and the person after that, and the person after that would have one more data point to work with. There is something deeply moving about this. The moon does not care that it is being watched. It does not alter its behavior because someone on the ground is counting. It simply moves through its phases with the utter indifference of a physical body obeying gravitational mechanics. But the watchers cared. They cared enough to count, to record, to correct, to pass the records on. They found constancy in inconstancy, a reliable rhythm in the most visibly changeable object in the sky. And they wrote it on stone, so that the stone would remember what the moon would never notice. Chapter 6. Observatories without telescopes. How they watched the sky. The toolkit of patience. We need to talk about how. It is one thing to say that the Maya achieved astronomical precision rivaling or exceeding that of their contemporaries in Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. It is another to understand how they did it, because the how is where the real astonishment lives. We are accustomed, in the modern world, to associating astronomical precision with sophisticated technology. We think of telescopes, spectrometers, CCD cameras, space-based observatories, computer algorithms processing terabytes of data. We think of technology as the prerequisite for knowledge, the bottleneck through which understanding must pass. And so when we encounter a civilization that achieved extraordinary precision without any of these tools, our instinct is to be confused, or, worse, to reach for pseudo-scientific explanations involving crystal skulls or ancient aliens or lost technologies from Atlantis. This instinct should be resisted with extreme prejudice. The Maya did not have lost technology. They had found patience, and patience, when applied systematically across centuries, turns out to be a remarkably powerful instrument. The basic Mayan astronomical toolkit was simple. Crossed sticks, two straight sticks lashed together in a cross shape, used as a sighting device. You plant one stick vertically, sight along the crosspiece to a point on the horizon, and note where a celestial body rises or sets relative to fixed landmarks. Do this night after night, year after year, decade after decade, and you build a data set of positional observations that, over time, reveals the patterns governing that body's motion. This is the method. It is not complicated. It is laborious. It is boring. It requires the kind of discipline that values accuracy over excitement and records over glory. But it works. The other essential tool was architecture. The Maya built their cities, in part, as astronomical instruments orienting buildings, doorways, window openings, and sightlines to mark significant celestial events. This was not decorative. It was functional. A building aligned to the point on the horizon where the sun rises on the spring equinox is not making an aesthetic statement. It is making a measurement. Every equinox sunrise that hits that alignment exactly confirms the observation. Every time it drifts, it signals a need for recalculation. The building is a permanent sighting device, a fixed reference point, a stone compass aligned not to magnetic north but to cosmic events. Group E and the equinox machine. The most widespread type of astronomical architectural complex in the Mayan world is the so-called Group E arrangement, named after the first example identified at Uaxactun in Guatemala's Petén region. The archaeologist Franz Blom identified the complex in 1924 and designated it Group E within his site map. The name stuck, and now Group E complex refers to any site that replicates its layout. The arrangement is elegant in its simplicity. It consists of a pyramid on the western side of a plaza and a long platform with 3 small temples on the eastern side. An observer standing atop the western pyramid and looking east can watch the sun rise over the 3 eastern temples at different times of the year. On the equinoxes, the sun rises directly over the central temple. On the summer solstice, it rises over the northernmost temple. On the winter solstice, it rises over the southernmost temple. The 3 temples mark the 3 key points of the sun's annual motion along the horizon: its extreme north position, its extreme south position, and the midpoint between them. This is a solar observatory. It requires no moving parts. It requires no maintenance. It is built of stone and aligned with geometry, and it works for as long as the Earth's axial tilt remains roughly constant, which is to say, for thousands of years. Group E complexes have been identified at dozens of sites across the Mayan lowlands, from the pre-classic period onward, suggesting that solar observation was a widespread and institutionalized practice from the very beginnings of Mayan urban life. The Caracol and the vigilance of windows. At Chichen Itza, the Caracol is perhaps the most famous astronomical building in the Americas. It is a round tower, set atop a rectangular platform, an unusual form in Mayan architecture, where rectilinear plans dominate. The tower contains an interior spiral staircase, from which it gets its name. Caracol means snail in Spanish, and at the top, a small observation chamber with narrow window-like openings. Anthony Aveni and Horst Hartung, in their landmark archaeoastronomical study of the Caracol, demonstrated that these window openings align with several significant astronomical events. One window aligns with the southernmost setting point of Venus, its maximum southerly elongation. Another aligns with the sunset on the spring equinox. Others correspond to additional Venus and solar positions. The building's overall orientation deviates from the cardinal directions by approximately 27.5 degrees, an angle that corresponds not to compass directions but to Venus alignments. The Caracol was not a telescope, it was a frame. Its narrow windows functioned like gun slits, restricting the observer's field of view to a specific segment of the horizon, and allowing precise determination of when a celestial body crossed that segment. In the absence of precision optical instruments, restricting the field of view is one of the most effective ways to increase observational accuracy. You do not need to see the whole sky. You need to see one tiny piece of it very, very well. The Daykeeper. The person who did the watching, who stood on the pyramid at dawn, who peered through the narrow windows, who maintained the counts and kept the records, was the Tzolk'in. The word means he of the sun, or he of the day, the Daykeeper. It is one of the most important roles in Mayan society, and it bridged what we would consider 2 separate domains, science and religion. To the Maya, these were not separate domains. The Tzolk'in was simultaneously an astronomer, a priest, a mathematician, a diviner, and a keeper of sacred knowledge. The movements of Venus were both physical facts and spiritual events. The calculation of a lunar month was both a mathematical exercise and a ritual act. The Daykeeper's role was to maintain the correspondence between the human world and the cosmic order, to ensure that ceremonies happened on the right days, that planting occurred at the right times, that warfare was timed to the right celestial events, and that the great calendrical cycles were tracked without interruption. The training of a Daykeeper was long and rigorous. It involved memorizing the Tzolk'in all 260 days, with their names, numbers, and spiritual associations. It involved learning the mathematical operations necessary to convert between calendrical systems, to calculate future dates, to predict astronomical events. It involved mastering the divinatory arts, reading the Tzolk'in as a diagnostic tool for understanding the spiritual landscape of the present. And it involved observational practice, years of watching the sky, learning to recognize the subtle signs that indicated where Venus was in its cycle, how old the moon was, whether an eclipse window was approaching. This knowledge was not democratically distributed. It was the province of specialists, embedded within the scribal and priestly lineages of Mayan cities. Access to calendrical and astronomical knowledge was a form of power. The Daykeeper's ability to predict celestial events was a source of authority, and the rulers who employed them used that authority to legitimate their own political positions. When a ruler erected a stela recording a long count date, a calendar round position, and a lunar series calculation, he was not just marking time. He was demonstrating access to the highest form of knowledge his culture recognized. He was saying, "I employ the people who can read the sky. I am aligned with cosmic order. My authority extends beyond the human realm into the divine." Zero, and what it made possible. I promised earlier that we would return to zero. And here is the place. The Maya independently invented the concept of zero and used it as a positional placeholder in their vigesimal number system. This is one of only 3 independent inventions of zero in human history, the others being the Babylonian positional zero, which was a placeholder but not a true number, and the Indian zero, which became the zero we, used today, transmitted to the West via Arabic mathematicians. The Mayan zero is represented by a shell glyph, a form that has been variously interpreted as a half-closed eye, a clenched fist, or an actual seashell, and that served the same function our zero serves, indicating an empty position in a place value system. Without zero, the long count could not exist. Try writing the date 9.0.0.00 without a zero symbol. You cannot. You would have no way to indicate that the katun, tun, weinel, and keen positions are empty, that all the value is concentrated in the baktun position. Without zero, you cannot distinguish between 9.0.0.0, 0 and 9.1.0.0, 0 and 9.0.1.0, 0. Or rather, you can, but only by inventing some other notational convention that ultimately amounts to reinventing zero under a different name. The Romans managed an empire without zero. They managed it with a number system that was clumsy, inefficient, and nearly useless for higher mathematics. Try dividing MCMXLIV by 20,16,000 in your head. The Romans did not do much mathematics for the same reason that you and I do not do much carpentry with our teeth. The tool was not designed for the job. The Mayan vigesimal system, with its zero, its place values, and its clean base, 2-0 structure, was designed for the job. It could handle enormous numbers with ease. It could represent dates millions of years in the past or future. It made the long count possible, and the long count made Mayan historical consciousness possible. A mathematical concept zero, underpinning a cosmological project, the measurement of deep time, enabling a civilizational ambition, the recording of history within a cosmic framework. That is the chain. That is what the shell glyph made possible. The global context. It would be unfair to discuss Mayan astronomy without noting that other civilizations achieved comparable feats. The Babylonians tracked Venus with care and developed mathematical models of planetary motion that were, in some respects, more theoretically sophisticated than the Mayan approach. The Egyptians aligned the Great Pyramid to true north with a precision that still astonishes. The Chinese maintained continuous astronomical records for millennia, including some of the earliest recorded observations of comets, supernovae, and sunspots. Indian astronomers calculated the solar year and developed trigonometric methods for predicting eclipses. The Maya did not operate in a vacuum, though they did operate in isolation from these other traditions, which is precisely what makes their achievements so remarkable. The Babylonians and Greeks and Indians and Chinese could, at various points in their histories, share knowledge across trade routes and cultural exchanges. The Maya had no such luxury. Their astronomical tradition was developed entirely independently, within a geographic and cultural context that had no contact with the Old World. Every observation, every calculation, every correction was generated from scratch by people working within their own mathematical and cosmological framework, without any cross-pollination from Eurasian astronomy. And yet they arrived at comparable or superior results. Venus to within 2 hours per century, the Moon to within half a minute per lunation. The solar year tracked through architectural alignments and calendar mechanisms with precision that would not be matched in Europe until the Gregorian reform of 1582. These are not the achievements of people who are almost as smart as Europeans or surprisingly skilled for a primitive culture. These are the achievements of a rigorous intellectual tradition operating at the highest level of pre-telescopic astronomy, period. The qualifier should not be necessary. But given the persistent tendency to frame Mayan achievement as exotic or anomalous rather than simply excellent, it seems worth stating plainly. Mini-documentary. The night Venus returned astronomy as warfare. Let us reconstruct a night. It is the early hours of April 29, 562 CE. We are on the outskirts of Tikal, the great city of the central Patain, the city of towering pyramids and broad plazas, the seat of one of the most powerful dynasties in the Mayan lowlands. The long count date is the 5th of September, 2019, 1.2. The calendar round date is 11 IK 15 Sec. The jungle is loud with insects and frogs, a wall of sound so constant it becomes silence, the acoustic equivalent of humidity. Something is happening in the sky. For the past 8 days, Venus has been invisible, lost in the glare of the sun during inferior conjunction, transiting between the evening sky and the morning sky. The astronomers at Tikal's great rival, the Serpent Kingdom, the city whose rulers have been maneuvering for decades to challenge Tikal's dominance, have been waiting for this moment. They have calculated it. They know, to within a day, when Venus will reappear. And tonight, or rather this morning, in the last dark hours before dawn, it does. A point of light, sharp and cold, appearing on the eastern horizon just ahead of the Sunday, the morning star. Chakek, reborn from the underworld, its first rays carrying the piercing, destructive power that the mythology assigns to it, the cosmic spear, the weapon of the gods. The warriors of Calakmul are already moving. They have been positioned for this. The timing is not coincidental. The heliacal rising of Venus is the signal, the moment of maximum cosmic aggression, the astrologically optimal window for attack. The Star War has begun. What happens next is devastating for Tikal. The inscriptions are fragmentary. The victors at Tikal later tried to erase the record of this humiliation, but the outlines are clear. Tikal suffered a massive military defeat. Its ruler, Wakchan Karwil, also known as Double Bird, may have been captured or killed. The city entered a period of political and constructional silence, the Tikal hiatus, during which monument building virtually ceased for over a century. The Snake Kingdom of Calakmul had achieved its objective, the subjugation, if not the destruction, of its greatest rival, and they timed it to Venus. Think about what this means in practical terms. The astronomers at Calakmul the Tzolk'in, the Daykeepers, had maintained Venus tables accurate enough to predict the heliacal rising to within a day or two. They communicated this information to the ruling elite. The ruling elite incorporated it into their military planning. Warriors were mobilized, logistics arranged, alliances coordinated, all timed to a celestial event that carries mythological significance. The astronomy was real, the mythology was real, the violence was real, and all three were woven together into a single event, a star war, a cosmic attack, a moment when the sky and the battlefield aligned. This is not the only star war in the Mayan record. Inscriptions at Dos Pilas record star war events. At Naranjo, at Piedras Negras, at sites across the lowlands, the glyph of the star-over place appears a falling celestial body raining down on a toponym, signifying a Venus-timed attack. The pattern is consistent enough to represent a widespread military doctrine, attack, when Venus says to attack. We can debate, and scholars do debate, how much of this was genuine belief and how much was political theatre, whether the rulers actually feared the morning star or merely found it useful for motivating troops and demoralizing enemies, probably both. The line between sincere belief and instrumental use of belief is never as clear as we would like it to be, not in ancient Mesoamerica and not in the modern world. What is clear is that astronomical knowledge, the ability to predict when Venus would appear, conferred a tangible military advantage. It allowed a ruler to choose the moment of attack, to wrap violence in cosmic sanction, and to present a political act as a celestial inevitability. The night sky over Tikal on April 29, 562 CE, looked exactly as the astronomers at Calakmul predicted it would. Venus rose, the warriors advanced, the city fell, and the long count, indifferent as always, simply recorded the day. Chapter 7. Time as Philosophy. What the calendar meant. The burden of days. We have spent a long time now with numbers, cycles, and calculations. We have walked through the mechanics of the long count, the Tzolk'in, the Haab, the Venus tables, and the lunar observations. We know how the Maya counted time. Now we need to ask a harder question. What did they think time was? For us, for modern Western humans, steeped in a tradition that traces back through Newton and Galileo to the Judeo-Christian linear narrative of creation, fall, redemption, and end time is a line. It has a beginning, the Big Bang, or Genesis, depending on your framework. It has a direction, forward, and it has in many religious traditions an end, the second coming, the last judgment, the heat death of the universe. Our calendar reflects this. Year 1, Year 2, Year 3, counting upward, always upward, never repeating, never cycling, marching toward a future that is by definition unknown, because it has never happened before. The Maya saw time differently. For them, time was not a line, it was a wheel, or, more precisely, it was many wheels nested, interlocking, turning at different speeds, each cycle containing within it the character and quality of its predecessor. Time was not a neutral medium through which events passed. Time was a force. Time had personality. Time had weight. This is not a metaphor. In Mayan thought, each time period was literally carried by a deity, a bearer, a porter, who shouldered the burden of the days and carried them forward until the next bearer took over. The concept is expressed in the glyph that scholars translate as the burden of time, or the seating of a period, the moment when a new deity picks up the load. When the month pop seats at the beginning of the Haab, it is not simply that a new month begins, it is that a new divine bearer takes on the weight of the next 20 days. When a Katun ends and a new Katun begins, a new deity assumes the burden for the next 7,200 days. The passage of time is not mechanical, it is personal, it is divine, it is heavy. Each day in the Tzolk'in, each of the 260 unique combinations of number and name carried a specific set of associations, qualities, and potentials. The day 1 Imix had a different character from the day 7 Manic, and both differed from 13 Ahau. These were not arbitrary assignments. They were, in the Mayan view, observations, the accumulated wisdom of generations of daykeepers who had noticed that events on certain days tended to rhyme, that the quality of a day named Simi, associated with death and transformation, genuinely differed from the quality of a day named Lamat, associated with Venus and abundance. Whether we, as modern observers, believe in the objective reality of these associations is beside the point. The Maya believed in them, and their belief was grounded not in superstition but in empirical experience, the experience of living within a calendrical system so richly detailed that patterns seem to emerge from the data, the wheel and the line. Here is why the distinction between cyclical and linear time matters more than it might initially seem. If time is a line, if the future is genuinely unprecedented, if tomorrow has never happened before and will never happen again, then the past is primarily of antiquarian interest. It tells us where we have been, but it cannot tell us where we are going, because we are always heading somewhere new. History, in a linear framework, is a story of progress or decline or randomness, but it is always moving toward a destination that has not yet been reached. The future is open. The future is unknown. This is both the promise and the anxiety of linear time. Anything can happen, which means nothing can be relied upon. If time is a wheel, if the future rhymes with the past, if the same cosmic patterns recur in predictable cycles, then the past is not merely interesting, it is prophetic. Understanding what happened in the previous cartoon is not just historical knowledge, it is a form of forecasting, because the next cartoon of the same name will carry the same burden, the same character, the same tendencies. This is not fatalism. The Maya did not believe that every event would repeat exactly, but they believed in recurrence, in resonance, in the way a new cycle echoes the old one. If you know the past well enough, you can hear the future approaching. This is why the long count matters so much as a philosophical instrument. It allows the Maya to think in scales that would be meaningless if time were merely linear. Why bother recording a date millions of years in the past if the past is just dead time? Why project dates octillions of years into the future if the future is unknowable? The long count makes sense only within a framework where time cycles, where deep patterns recur at grand scales, where the immense past and the immense future are connected by a rhythm that can, in principle, be discerned by patient observation. This is not mysticism. I want to be clear about that. This is pattern recognition elevated to a civilizational project. The Maya watched Venus and noticed that it returned to the same position every 584 days. They watched the sun and noticed that it returned to the same horizon point every 365.24 days. They watched the moon and noticed that it returned to the same phase every 29.53 days. They watched these cycles interact, Venus aligning with the Haab every 2,920 days, the Tzolk'in aligning with the Haab every 18,980 days, eclipses recurring in patterns, celestial bodies dancing in interlocking rhythms that were entirely real, entirely physical, entirely observable, and they drew the not unreasonable conclusion that the universe was, at its deepest level, cyclical. That patterns repeated, that time, like Venus, always came back around. Deep time, at Palenque, in the Temple of the Inscriptions, the pyramid beneath which the great ruler Kinich Janab Pakal was buried in 683 CE. There are inscriptions that reference dates far beyond the 13 Baktun cycle. The texts project forward to the date 1.0.0.00, which falls on the 13th of October, 4772 CE, a Pictune completion, the first rolling over of the cycle above the Baktun, nearly 3,000 years in the future from the time of inscription. The texts state that on this date it will be the anniversary of Pakal's accession to the throne, and that appropriate ceremonies should be performed. 3,000 years. Pakal's scribes were commissioning rituals for a date that was farther in their future than they were in ours. They were planning for an anniversary that no one alive would see, that no one alive for dozens of generations would see, and they expected it to be honoured. They expected the calendar to still be running. They expected the count to continue. This is audacious, but it pales next to Koba. At the site of Koba, in the Yucatan, Stela 1 records a date that has been the subject of scholarly analysis and no small amount of awe. The inscription uses higher-order long-count cycles, the Pictune, Kalabtune, Kinchiltune, Alotune, and even units above these for which we do not have standard names to express a date that, when calculated, reaches approximately 28 octillion years into the future. 28 octillion. For reference, the current estimated age of the universe is approximately 13.8 billion years. The date on Koba's Stela 1 is larger than the age of the universe by a factor so enormous that writing it out would fill this paragraph with zeros. What does this mean? Not that the Maya believed the universe was literally that old, or that they expected their calendar to run for that long in any practical sense. It means that they could. It means that their mathematical system was powerful enough to express dates of that magnitude, and that their cosmological framework was expansive enough to accommodate them. It means that they were thinking about time in scales that rival, and in some cases exceed, the scales used by modern cosmologists discussing the projected heat death of the universe. A civilization in the tropical lowlands, without metal tools, without the wheel, without telescopes, without computers, thinking in timescales of octillions of years. This challenges every assumption about what a pre-modern or pre-industrial culture was capable of conceptualizing. The Maya did not need the Hubble Space Telescope to think about deep time. They needed a number system, a cosmological framework, and the intellectual ambition to push both to their limits. They had all three. The color of time. One more dimension of Mayan temporal philosophy deserves mention, because it illustrates how deeply time was woven into their understanding of the world. The Maya associated the four cardinal directions with specific colors, deities, and crucially with specific years in the Haab cycle. East was red, north was white, west was black, south was yellow, the center was green or blue-green. Each year in the Haab was associated with one of 4 year-bearer days, the Tzolk'in day, on which the Haab New Year fell, and each year-bearer was associated with a cardinal direction and its color. So the years themselves had spatial and chromatic character. A red year felt different from a black year, carried different potentials, was governed by different deities. This is a form of synesthesia at the cultural level, a deliberate interweaving of temporal, spatial, chromatic, and divine categories into a single unified system. Time is not merely counted. It is coloured, oriented, embodied, and alive. A day is not just a number. It is a direction, a hue, a deity, a burden, a potential. The calendar is not a tool for measuring time. It is a map of meaning, a comprehensive guide to the character of every moment, drawn from centuries of observation and structured by one of the most elegant mathematical systems ever devised. And at the centre of this map, always, is the sky. The movements of Venus, the phases of the moon, the journey of the sun from solstice to solstice, these are the empirical foundations on which the entire edifice is built. The philosophy is grand, but its roots are in observation. Look up, watch, count, record, wait, watch again. The sky does not hurry. The Daykeeper should not hurry either. Chapter 8. What the sky still says. Legacy, continuity, and the living calendar. What survived. In 1562, the Franciscan friar Diego de Landa conducted an inquisition in the Yucatan town of Mani. His methods included imprisonment, torture, and the systematic destruction of Mayan religious artifacts, including books. Landa himself described the scene. We found a great number of books in these letters, and because they contained nothing but superstition and falsehoods of the devil, we burned them all, which the Maya regretted to an amazing degree, and which gave them great pain. He burned them all. The sentence lands like a stone. They contained nothing but superstition. Astronomical tables precise to within 2 hours per century superstition. Lunar calculations accurate to within 34 seconds per month falsehood. The accumulated observational data of generations of brilliant minds, recorded on bark paper with care and devotion fuel for a bonfire. We do not know how many books were destroyed. Hundreds, certainly. Possibly thousands. The Maya had a sophisticated scribal tradition and a literate elite. Books were produced in quantity and stored in libraries attached to palaces and temples. Almost all of them are gone. 3 codices survived with certainty, the Dresden, the Madrid, and the Paris. A 4th, the Grolier Codex, now the Codex of Mexico, was authenticated in 2018 after decades of debate. These 4 fragments, and they are fragments, partial survivors from a literary tradition of unknown extent, are all that remain of the pre-Columbian Mayan written library. The Madrid Codex deals primarily with ritual and divination. The Paris Codex, badly damaged, contains astronomical and prophetic material. The Grolier, Mexico Codex has Venus tables, and the Dresden Codex, as we have seen, preserves astronomical calculations of extraordinary sophistication. Everything else is stone. The inscriptions on stelae, altars, lintels, stairways, and building facades throughout the Mayan lowlands survived because they were carved in rock, which is harder to burn than bark paper. These inscriptions give us long count dates, calendar round dates, lunar series data, ruler names, historical events, and cosmological references. They are invaluable. They are also incomplete the public face of Mayan knowledge, carved for display and political purposes, rather than the full technical notebooks that the astronomers and scribes maintained in their codices. We are reading fragments of a conversation that was once continuous. We are hearing isolated notes from a symphony that was once complete. The achievement of modern Mayanists, the epigraphers, archaeoastronomers, linguists, and mathematicians who have spent the past century and a half piecing together the Mayan intellectual tradition from these fragments, is immense and ongoing. But it is reconstruction, not recovery. We have not gotten back what was burned. We have built the best approximation we can from what was left, the unbroken count. And yet, and this is the part of the story that feels almost miraculous, that Tzolk'in never stopped. In the highlands of Guatemala, among the Quiche and Cachiquel Maya, the 260-day sacred calendar has been maintained in continuous, unbroken practice from pre-Columbian times to the present day. The Daykeepers, RJQEG in Quiche, the modern equivalent of the classic period, RJ-kin, still track the Tzolk'in. They still name each day. They still perform ceremonies tied to specific days in the count. They still use the calendar for divination, reading the spiritual character of a day from its position in the cycle, just as their predecessors did 1,000 years ago and more. This is not a reconstruction. This is not a revival. There was no break. The count continued through the Spanish conquest, through colonial suppression, through forced conversion, through centuries of marginalization and violence. Daykeepers maintained the count in secret when they had to, in the open when they could. They passed it from generation to generation through oral tradition, through apprenticeship, through the quiet, persistent act of counting days and remembering what each one meant. The fact that the modern Quiche Tzolk'in count matches the classic period count as confirmed by correlation with long count dates on ancient monuments is testament not just to the calendar's precision, but to the extraordinary resilience of the people who carried it. Think about what this means in human terms. Somewhere around 2,000 years ago, a daykeeper counted the day and named it. The next day, the next daykeeper, or the same daykeeper, one day older, counted the next day and named it, and the next, and the next. Through wars and famines and epidemics and conquests and revolutions, through the rise and fall of classic period kingdoms and the colonial destruction of the post-classic world, through the horror of European diseases that killed millions and the cultural campaigns that tried to kill what the diseases had spared, through all of it, someone, somewhere, counted the next day, named it. Passed the name to the next counter, an unbroken chain of attention, spanning millennia. This is the patience I have been talking about since the beginning. Not the patience of astronomical observation, though that is impressive enough. The patience of cultural survival. The patience of a people who were told, repeatedly and violently, that their knowledge was worthless, that their calendar was superstition, that their gods were devils, and who went home and counted the next day anyway. The scholars who listened. The modern reconstruction of Mayan calendrical and astronomical knowledge is a scholarly achievement of the first order, and it is worth acknowledging the people who made it possible. Joseph Goodman, a San Francisco newspaper editor and amateur Mayanist, proposed in 1905 a correlation between the long count and the Gregorian calendar, a way to convert between the two systems. Juan Martinez Hernandez, a Yucatecan scholar, refined the correlation using archaeological and historical data, and J. Eric S. Thompson, the towering and sometimes toweringly opinionated figure of mid-20th century Maya studies, made further adjustments based on calendrical analysis. The resulting correlation, known as the Goodman-Martinez-Thompson or GMT correlation, is the standard used by scholars today. It places the long count creation date of 13.0.0.004 Ahau 8 Kumku at the 11th of August 3114 BCE. Some variants say August 13. The GMT correlation has been confirmed by radiocarbon dating of wooden lintels at Tikal, whose carved long count dates can be cross-checked against their measured carbon, 1-4 ages. The correlation works. The bridge between calendars is solid. Tatiana Proskuryakov, a Russian-American scholar working in the mid-20th century, made a breakthrough that transformed Mayan studies. She recognized that the dates on stelae at Piedras Negras referred not to mythological events, but to historical ones, the births, accessions, and deaths of real rulers. Before Proskuryakov's work, many scholars assumed that Mayan inscriptions were primarily astronomical and ritual in nature. She proved that they were historical, that the Maya were recording the deeds of specific people at specific times, using the long count to anchor their political history in cosmic time. This discovery opened the floodgates. Once scholars knew that inscriptions recorded history, they could begin to reconstruct the political narratives of individual Mayan cities, the dynasties, the wars, the alliances, the rivalries. Yuri Knorosov, a Soviet linguist who had never visited the Mayan region, made an equally transformative contribution by demonstrating that the Mayan script was not purely logographic, as Thompson had believed, but contained a phonetic component that individual glyphs could represent. Syllables, not just whole words or concepts. This insight, initially resisted by Western scholars, Thompson especially was furious, eventually proved correct, and unlocked the ability to actually read Mayan inscriptions rather than merely cataloguing their visual forms. Knorosov's work, built upon by scholars like Linda Shaley, David Stewart, Peter Matthews, and many others, has given us the ability to hear Mayan voices speaking across the centuries, to read the names of kings, the accounts of battles, the mythological narratives, and the astronomical references that are carved on every major monument. Floyd Lounsbury, as we have noted, did the mathematical heavy lifting on Mayan astronomical calculations, demonstrating the precision of the Venus and lunar tables and elucidating the correction mechanisms in the Dresden Codex. Anthony Aveni established the field of Mesoamerican archaeoastronomy on rigorous foundations, systematically surveying building alignments across dozens of sites and demonstrating that astronomical orientation was a consistent and intentional feature of Mayan architecture. These scholars and many others I have not named gave us back a civilization. Not fully, not completely, but substantially enough that we can sit here tonight and walk through the Mayan calendar with some confidence that what we are saying is accurate. That is a gift. It was hard won. And it is still being expanded, as new discoveries like the astronomical wall paintings found at Tzolk'in in 2012, a room whose walls are covered with calendrical calculations that may include lunar tables and long count projections, preserved by accident when the room was filled and sealed centuries ago, continue to emerge from the jungle. What the Maya offer. So what does all of this mean for us? We live in a world of urgency. Our default mode is speed. We communicate in bursts. We schedule in 15-minute increments. We are, collectively, the worst at patience that any generation of humans has ever been, not because we are bad people, but because our technology rewards immediacy and punishes slowness, and we are, after all, only human. We respond to incentives. The Maya offer a counterpoint, not a prescription. I am not suggesting that we adopt a vigesimal number system or start timing our business meetings to Venus conjunctions, but a counterpoint. A reminder that some forms of knowledge only emerge through slow, sustained, multi-generational attention. That some patterns are too large to see in a single human lifetime and require institutions committed to watching across centuries. That the sky, which we have largely stopped looking at, screened off as we are by light pollution and screens, and the general assumption that everything important is happening at eye level or below, contains information that our ancestors considered essential, and that we have not so much. Disproven as forgotten, the modern scientific tradition, for all its power, tends to reward novelty. We fund new discoveries, new breakthroughs, new technologies. We are less good at funding the quiet maintenance of long-term observational programs. We are less good at patience. The Maya excelled at it. They built institutions whose purpose was continuity, the patient accumulation of data across generations, the slow refinement of models, the steady correction of error. Their astronomers were not trying to make breakthroughs. They were trying to be slightly more accurate than their predecessors, and to pass that increment of accuracy on to their successors. This is a form of intellectual humility that we would do well to study, even if we do not adopt it wholesale. And there is the deeper lesson, the philosophical one. The Mayan calendar, in all its interlocking complexity, is fundamentally an assertion that the universe makes sense, that the movements of celestial bodies follow patterns, that those patterns can be observed, measured, predicted, and understood. That a human being standing on the ground, looking up with nothing but eyes and patience and mathematics, can discern the rhythm of the cosmos. This is not a mystical assertion, it is an empirical one. And it is the same assertion that underlies all of science. The universe is comprehensible, and the evidence for its comprehensibility is written in the sky. The final irony. And so we come to the final irony, and it is a good one. A civilization that became famous in our time, in our pop culture, in our collective half-knowledge for supposedly predicting the end of the world, never predicted the end of the world. Not once. Not ever. The 2012 phenomenon, with its movies and its books and its anxious news segments, attributed to the Maya the one thing they never claimed, that time would stop. The Maya built a calendar of essentially infinite extent. They projected dates octillions of years into the future. They conceived of cosmic cycles that make the age of the universe look like a coffee break. And we, the inheritors of their public image, reduced all of this to Mayan doomsday. The Maya did not predict the end. They predicted the opposite. They predicted continuity. They predicted that the cycles would keep turning, that the days would keep accumulating, that the bearers would keep shouldering their burdens, that Venus would keep rising and falling and rising again, that the moon would keep waxing and waning, that the sun would keep tracing its path from solstice to solstice. They predicted persistence. They predicted rhythm. They predicted that the sky would keep its appointments, and that someone, if someone cared to look, could keep track. What the Maya calendar really says, if you listen carefully enough, is something like this. The universe is not ending, it is turning. And if you are patient, truly patient, patient across lifetimes, patient across centuries, patient enough to count 29.530, 2 days per lunation, and feel satisfied that you are within half a minute of the truth, you can feel the turning, you can ride it, you can understand it. You can situate your own small life within its vast, slow rhythm, and find, in that situating, a form of meaning that does not depend on speed or novelty, or the ticking of a digital clock. The Daykeepers in the highlands of Guatemala still count the days. They still name them, they still read their character. They are doing what their predecessors did 2,000 years ago, and they are doing it with the same calendar, unbroken. The count continues, the wheel turns, the sky is patient. Closing. We have been together for a while now, and the sky, if you are somewhere it is visible, has been moving the entire time. Venus, if it is in one of its visible phases, has shifted position by a tiny, measurable amount. The moon, wherever it is in its cycle, is a few minutes older than when we started. The sun is 90 minutes closer to its next rising, or further past its last setting. The long count, if you are keeping it and someone, somewhere, has advanced by 0 bark tune, 0 cartoon, 0 ton, 0 whinel, and a fraction of a kin. The gears have turned, the wheels have meshed. The count has continued, as it has continued every day since the 11th of August 3114 BCE, or since the mythological moment that the Maya chose as their zero, their starting line. There, let the counting begin. What the Maya built was not merely a calendar, it was a testament to what human beings can achieve when they commit to watching, to counting, to recording, to passing knowledge forward in the faith that it will be received, refined, and passed forward again. They had no way of knowing that their codices would be burned, that their cities would be swallowed by jungle, that their intellectual tradition would be interrupted by conquest and colonialism, that their most famous legacy would be a doomsday prediction they never made. They had no way of knowing that centuries later, scholars in European and American universities would painstakingly reconstruct their achievements from stone fragments and 3 surviving books. They had no way of knowing that Daykeepers in Guatemala would carry the Tzolk'in through the fire and out the other side, unbroken. They simply counted. They simply watched. They simply wrote it down. And the sky they watched is the same sky we see tonight, the same Venus, the same moon, the same sun tracing the same arc between the same solstices. The constellations have shifted slightly. Precession moves the stars about 1 degree every 72 years, but the rhythms are intact. The synodic period of Venus is still 583.92 days. The lunar month is still 29.53059 days. The patterns the Maya spent centuries discerning are still there, still running, still keeping perfect time. The oldest clock in existence is not in a museum or an atomic laboratory. It is above us. It has been running for billions of years. It requires no batteries, no maintenance, no calibration. It simply moves, with a regularity so profound that an entire civilization could build a philosophy, a religion, a mathematics, and an architecture on the assumption that it would never stop. The sky is the oldest clock. It is still running. It is still keeping time. And it is still waiting as it has always waited, as it waited for the first Daykeeper who stood on a pyramid in the Peten at dawn and counted the days since the last new moon for someone to look up and read it. The Maya did. For centuries they did. They read it with a patience and a precision that we are only now learning to appreciate. They found, in the slow turning of celestial bodies, a rhythm that made sense of the world, not a simple sense, not a comforting sense, but a deep sense, a mathematical sense, a sense rooted in observation and sustained by devotion. They counted time by watching the stars, and the stars, indifferent and eternal, kept their half of the bargain. Look up tonight, if you can. Find Venus if it is there. Watch the moon, whatever phase it wears. And consider the possibility that the most important thing you could do with your evening is not to check your phone, but to stand still, look up, and count. 1 kin, 1 day, 1 turn of the wheel. The count continues. Thanks for watching. I will see you in the next one.